Hello and welcome to our relaxing painting stream. I am Nichole, and we are Dyson Dungeons back in the painting studio. What? And we're not doing Dragonkin, let's do Dungeon. That's okay. There we go. Alright, we are doing dungeon sets, and I'll start off with a flip in the dungeon there. So, what you might be seeing in front of me here is a bunch of primed and ready to paint dungeon sets. We have a whole ton of them today, and my goal is to see how far I can get through. So I'm organizing them a bit by type right now. We have 3 types that we're going to be working on today. We have the cut stone that you've been seeing here. We have this sort of more dungeony stone. It's a little more worn and mysterious. And then, of course, we have the town sort of plaster and wood style. And we're going to be working on all of those types today. I like to sort of have them organized a bit so that I know, okay, I can apply the same technique to all of this group, this pile, So, that is what I am doing right now. I think when this stream's over, I'm gonna reposition this camera, but I'm gonna just shift it around a minute. Alright, there we go. Just getting everything the way I would like it to be. So, you'll be seeing me, Nichole, a lot more for the future. Greg/Olseth is out of town for pretty much the entirety of October. So, you're stuck with me. Now, we've already predetermined the colors that we're painting all of these. I am just getting them organized. And a semblance of organization. I'll be honest, it's not going to actually be organized. Alright, and now we have a huge pile of town set pieces, including a whole lot of corners. We got windows, we got curved walls, we got all sorts of pieces. But the town set, for some reason, has a ton of corners like that. I don't know, they just worked out that way. And we even have this trapdoor floor. Door frame. Alright. Almost there. Okay. They are loosely organized enough that they're out of the way now. So, we're gonna be doing the stone sets first. The cut stone here and the rough stone. Just in what I have primed now, they're all parts of a bunch of different sets that we're working on. And they... braining. Early morning braining. It's not that early. And I am going to squeeze over here and try and reposition some stuff. We have a newly organized counter, but it was organized by Greg, not me, so everything is the way he would like it, not the way it works for me. So we are going to be working on the stone sets first, just getting their base color on. It's going to be sort of quick, dirty. Well, not really, hopefully not dirty, but quick. I'm going to find my largest brush, which, again, everything was not organized by me, so I don't know where anything ended up. So he has managed to scatter brushes pretty much everywhere. I just need to find the specific one that I need, which seems to have disappeared. Lovely. Wonderful. What do they say about big brushes, Who? They're not here? Is that what they say? They lie. They lie somewhere on this table, out of view. Is that what they say? Well, all right. Since apparently, of course, why wouldn't you set it back on the wood drawer behind you? That's the logical place to place a brush when you have a large painting table sitting right here with a bunch of space on it. So, I found my big brush in the most logical place. Yeah, the wood drawer, or the brush holder as it's called in the classical tradition. Boy, okay. So, we're going to be working on stone, and what we're going to be using for the base color is actually this medium blue. This one is pretty much empty. I don't know how much life. Yeah, I don't think that one has anything left in it, actually. And it's goopy. But we have some brand new bottles of it. So we'll see how far it goes. We have our little vibrating paint mixer now, which is, I don't know, here. Ooh. Very exciting. feels very weird. Alright. We'll bring that back. Just thought everyone might want to see the weird vibrating paint mixer. Okay, let's you can't hear it. Yeah, it's probably being filtered out. It just goes. Okay, so here is our medium blue that we'll be doing. I'm making a little space for receiving the stone parts. You want ASMR? I don't think we're set up for that. So that's the blue that was going to make up the base of this stone. And the nice thing about the blue as a base is that when it gets washed, it gets a lot darker because it's blue is actually kind of reads as a gray. So all of our stone is going to be done in this blue today. You'll get very used to seeing this color, I imagine. Mostly I'm trying to make sure I get it in between the cracks here. So, it's a Monday. I hope everyone's doing well this Monday. Hopefully nothing too stressful or otherwise. Okay, set that one off to dry. I'm doing the allergies. Yeah, I was really out of it yesterday. Man, the allergies hit my head so bad yesterday. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Oh, it was awful. I was exhausted. Yeah, the allergies were bad yesterday for me. You're just over here working like a crazy person, ahead of a bunch of upcoming events. Oh boy. Yeah. I bet with like fall events coming up, and you do like cool spooky plushies and stuff too. So like Halloween must be like crazy busy for you. You got 2 events back to back 1 week that you're stoked for, both with a witchy nature. That's awesome. That should be pretty exciting. I hope you sell a lot. I think I'm actually gonna start painting these in phases because I have so many to paint, and I want to be able to let them dry appropriately and get not pull away too much paint, even though I'm wearing gloves with my fingers here. So what I'm actually going to do is paint the upper walls, leaving the lower parts unpainted. And that way, when they dry, I can grab them by the walls and paint the bottom part here. So for now, I can actually hold it by the wall, by the floor here, which will help speed up the process. Zoom it out a little bit. Yeah, that hides my face, doesn't it? Oh well. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the walls first so I can hold it here. And then when they're dry, the walls are dry, I can go back in and do the floors. And since it's all the same color, I don't really have to worry about being too precise or spilling. And we're going to be doing some highlighting and shading and stuff on all of these later on. But the base coat is the first big hurdle, really. Well, we've had a very exciting morning so far. Good start to the week, really. We have, apparently, last night, a chipmunk snuck into our house, and our cats found it. And we found part of it, so... It's part of living in the woods like we do, but... that wasn't the most fun thing to do this morning. Yeah, I know. It was lovely. We found several parts. It was great. So, just waiting for that inevitable cat going. That was how our Monday morning started. I hope everyone else is having a slightly tamer Monday. Alright. Yeah, these are a lot easier to handle, and I don't peel wet paint off by doing it in stages. I'll still wear the gloves, because that helps protect my hands and myself. Not that these paints are particularly dangerous, but there's also no need to get them anywhere near my skin if I don't need to. So these inside corners, they're just basically pillars, are pretty straightforward. I'm gonna just give them a quick little painting on the pillar itself here, and then let those dry, and then when I paint the base I can hold on to the pillar. It's a little easier that way. A stack of 4 of those total. So let's see, for spooky season, no, it's Halloween proper. Last night we watched Hocus Pocus 2. That came out just recently. You know, I enjoy Hocus Pocus, and I'd say overall it was good. Better written than the first one, which isn't like a huge bar to set, because like as much as one can love Hocus Pocus, like it's not like the most amazing writing in the world. But I felt like it was good. It could stand alone without Hocus Pocus 1. But it made enough allusions to feel like a proper sequel. Once these sets are all painted, yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. And honestly, like, it was as good, if not better, to me than the first Hocus Pocus, which is honestly all you can really ask of a sequel. Like, I never expect sequel to necessarily be better. There are a few exceptions to that, obviously. But it was very good. It was well performed. The characters were, I mean, obviously it had the main witches, but I thought all the other characters and stuff were really good too. Like, it was a very solid movie. It didn't really blow me away, but like, I'll watch it again for Halloween. I'll add it to my Halloween movies list for sure. And they definitely knew what they were doing with, I don't know if you watched the, more folks from the original cast. Yeah, that would have been nice. Like, having, like, the kids grown up, that sort of thing. I have no idea. Like, a lot of these actors probably, like, didn't keep acting, you know, but it would have been nice. But I also kind of get the argument of, like, if you go too far with it, then it doesn't feel like its own movie, you know? It just feels like you're rehashing the first movie, which, you know, it's fun, but it's sort of like introducing new characters, sort of let it stand on its own. And honestly, it was pretty much just a giant showcase for the original three witches, you know, the whole movie. That's sort of what the whole thing was about. Just like, hey, look, they're back. But it would have been nice to at least see some cameos or something from some more of the original cast. I kind of like they made Billy Butcherson, the zombie, more of a character. That was fun. There was one part in it that was like, really, like, what on earth is happening with the continuity of this film? Because they had, it was a joke scene, a little throwaway joke scene where they're like peering through windows, and in one of them there's a couple watching the first Hocus Pocus movie, which, you know, it's funny. It was a fun little gag, but like, I like to think, like, wait, did they make a movie about the first events? Whoa. Yeah, like, what is happening in this world? I know you're not meant to think about it that deep. You're just supposed to go, haha, it's the first movie. But it was fun to sort of go like, wait, in what situation led to there still being like the actual Hocus Pocus movie in the universe of Hocus Pocus? I also they made Book more of a character, the evil spell book. They also made it like less evil, because like in the first one they're like, this is a book made from Satan, and then like in this one they're like, it's just a witch book. And it's actually not necessarily evil, just being used for evil. But that was cute, I thought. And then there's I don't know if you watched through the post-credits, but they have like a little post-credit teaser that like, oh, there's actually another Black Flame candle. So you're like, they're definitely setting up for a third one, because why would you not? Like, if you're going through all the trouble of start remaking or sequeling a cult classic from the 90s, at least set yourself up for a third one, because might as well at that point. And a third one might be a great opportunity to bring some of the other cast back, honestly. I thought the kids in it too were pretty well performed, actually. A lot of the times with younger actors, you're like, they're okay, but I thought they did a good job. The teenage characters. A second pot of coffee day, yeah. I feel that waking up and having chipmunk parts kind of necessitates 2 coffees. Really pushing through a lot of this blue paint today. We're doing so many sets. Speaking of, the prints behind me, I'm printing should be cool enough that I can remove them. So maybe I should do that. I'll be right back. Just gonna grab these off. There we are. Another thing I realized is I forgot to grab some water for the brush, so let me do that quick. Although with the amount of paint I'm running on this, I might just give it a very thorough cleaning when I'm done here. Alright, so next I'm going to tackle the sort of basic floor and wall pieces here. Glide things a little less in the way. Gonna quickly just want to check one thing. Okay. I wanted to make sure the music was playing. There. I thought so. There have been updates lately, and whenever the music player updates, it turns off my repeat on the music. So when the playlist that I use ends, it just sort of, the stream just has no music. So I wanted to make sure, and my instinct was correct. It had been turned off. All right. Hey. Trying to go quickly-ish, because we have so many pieces to get through. But I need to also be thorough, because what I don't want is to have to do too much fixing, where it's like, it didn't get in this crevice, and I have to get the paint out and adjust it, that sort of thing, either. So it's sort of a balancing act in speed and precision. But this blue, when it gets washed with my gray wash, it ends up looking very lovely, I think. In a stone sort of way. It can be lovely. Yeah, this isn't quite the same, but yes. I will probably play Phasmophobia. We just need to get, it'll probably be a little closer to Halloween. Have to get through a bunch of, boring work stuff first. But it'll probably be streamed, because if I'm gonna subject myself to that, I might as well stream it. I'm not really looking forward to it, but I've been harassed enough. I am, peer pressure wins again, as always. I am a scaredy cat, so I don't actually like doing things like that, but what it also means is I have no incentive to set it up myself, so I'm gonna let Lexi figure that one out. Because if I don't set it up, then maybe I don't have to do it. Because not only will playing Phasmophobia mean you know, I get scared, it also means I won't sleep for a while either. So I have to plan around not being conscious for a while. I feel like, I mean, so the thing is, like, yeah, I could hang out in the van, but, like, if I'm in the van where the ghost doesn't come for you, like, what's the point of me playing it? Especially if I'm straight, like, I feel like it misses the point, because, like, if I'm streaming it to be scared on stream, you didn't say what? They're not nearly as scaredy catty as I am, though. Like, I'm not saying no, I'm just saying, like, I have to prepare to be not able to sleep for a little while if I'm gonna play a scary game. I understand that it's seeing someone who is a scaredy cat get scared is a lot of fun. So, like, I'm willing to take that for the team sort of thing. But I'm just saying that I want to prepare for it. From what little I've seen, it is sort of... You haven't played with 2 scaredy cats yet? Meow meow. From what I've seen, it has a bit of a jump scariness quality to it. It's fine until it isn't. I think my primary goal will be not be entertaining enough, being scared, to warrant people wanting more of it. I think that's a good goal. Oh, Phasmophobia. It's some ghost hunting game where you, like, go around old abandoned buildings or houses or whatever, and, like, there's a ghost and it attacks you or something. I don't know. I don't know the details, and I don't really want to be, like, filled in too much on the details of how it's played. If I'm gonna be playing it, I feel like I should go in somewhat blind. But Is there a chance, like, so when you're playing, is there like a low chance that, like, oh, actually this house has a friendly, happy ghost and it just wants to hug? Or are they all like angry, evil? There's absolutely friendly ghosts that they're just there. Yeah, there is a happy house. I feel like you might be lying to me, but you know. This ghost just wants a sandwich. There's a happy house, but if you want to go in blind, I shouldn't ask questions. I know, but I'm just also trying to like build up the hype and make conversation too. But I think I want someone, probably not me, because I'll actually be mostly just spooked. But whoever has played the game the most, I want them to play up like being a hard skeptic who's just like, yeah, I got killed by something. It could have easily have just been like, you know, gas poisoning. I'm just mixing my paint. Making sure it's not separated. Right. We'll move on to these are the last of the cut stone pieces I have, these rounded walls. So we will work on those. Yeah, I don't really do great with jump scares either, so like, I'm sure that'll be lovely. Oh, I did lie. There's a little bit more cut stone after these. They're the big weird pieces. I know there's a bunch of different maps in it too that they've added, like houses and old hospitals, stuff like that. Yeah, even working at a haunt house and you know where everything is, you still get scared. Yeah, that's probably me too. The worst part about doing there is a VR. I know there's a VR mode. I'm not willing to do that. Partially because it would be extra scary, but also partially because VR actually makes me really nauseous. And I don't think anyone wants to see me throw up on camera. I get motion sick very easily, so I can't really do VR of any sort, particularly. That is my excellent cop-out of having to do it in VR. Oh yeah, I have issues with vertigo, yeah. That can definitely do that. That's the one thing when like VR was coming out and it's like it's the new standard future of gaming. We just have to get there, you know. It's like, well, yeah, but I get it in some ways, but also like there's gonna be a lot of people who just can't play VR. Whether they have vertigo like you or like motion sickness issues in general like I do. Like if I'm in a car and I'm not like looking straight out the window, I will start getting motion sick. Especially if I'm not in the front where it's slightly less bumpy. I have tried VR a few times, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not walking for a little while. I will rule out VR right off the bat. And only partially because it's scary. Okay, so I still have in the cut stone these pieces. I have a big guy here. I have a door and I have these sort of ritual chamber sigil walls. So I'm gonna do the door. Luckily, ghosts don't, like, I definitely get scared by jump scares, but ghosts aren't really, like, high on my list of fears, because I don't like, in reality, I don't believe in ghosts. You know, I will get spooked watching ghost scary movies and jump scares and stuff like that, because I have a very overactive imagination when it comes to stuff like that. But, like, in my, like, heart, I don't actually believe, like, ghosts are real and stuff, so it's not, like, high up there on my list of actual, like, real hard fears. So if I can get through the jump scary bits and stuff, I think I'll be okay with the game. But it's not like, so like my actual fears are like, how can I beat the Saber? I don't really actually play Beat Saber at all. I enjoy rhythm games and stuff like that, but I don't, like, Lexi's the one who plays Beat Saber. I've played it, and I can get through like a song or two, usually because you're not like looking around all that much. You know, you're not spinning and like moving too much, and you're just standing in place as things fly at you. So I can Beat Saber okay for a little while before I get motion sick. But I don't really play it personally, just because I can't really deal with the motion. Okay, this one is a big one. It takes quite a bit, so we'll work through that. This side is even bigger, actually, because it's an outside curve. So it has even more surface area to cover. Trying to make sure I really get in all of these tiny little cracks. Okay. Now just to go along the top. Alright, let that dry and then I'll tackle the floor. Who lives at this dungeon? Well, there are actually several dungeons being painted simultaneously here. So for example, the pieces I'm painting right now are from our magical ritual chamber. So a wizard lives here. Whereas some of the pieces I was painting earlier are from our Evil Throne Room set. So that would have been the Shadow King who lives in that. A multi-dimensional dungeon with a homeowners association. Yeah, see, there's like a that sounds like a great like campaign setting. The head of the homeowners association is like a cranky lich. He's just like the dungeon owners association. Yeah, see, it sounds like it would be a pretty good like little mini adventure, or you could even just, if it's a multi-dimensional dungeon, you could really expand it out to a bunch of no spike motes in front of their ear. Yeah. You're actually being hired by the Dungeon Owners Association to like evict residents of the dungeon who like have like they've had their 3 warnings. We don't have enough cults in D&D to get scammed into. Like we've got a million evil cults, but none that are like just to help people who are toxic as hell. Yeah, I'm the Messiah and we're going to heal you, but first you have to... Yeah, like real world cults, basically. Well, that's the thing with D&D, like, and cults. Like, they're always like, okay, well, I worship the evil goat man because I'm a cultist. Like, it's unfair. All the cults have actual gods and demons they worship. One of them has to get it wrong. Yeah. Well, and it's like, that's not how like actual cults work. Like, if I'm a peasant in a village and someone's just like, hey, you want to worship evil? Don't you love evil? I'd be like, no. You know, but a lot of cults actually like form, or well, one around a charismatic leader, but also like there's usually some sort of yeah, right. There's always some sort of like issue or question that drives someone into the cult in the first place. Some sort of dissatisfaction or something like that, you know? Like, so you start off with something really reasonable to get someone into... Yeah, exactly. The way, like... And I'm not a cultologist. I haven't, like, studied this in depth. But, like, any sort of cult, you sort of need a base, like, really sensible thing. And then you sort of slowly move away from the sensible stuff a little bit at a time. So you go, like, I don't know, like, let's say you have a cult. Let's go with a D&D sort of cult. Would you like to find happiness? Join my cult. Like, and it's not even like that hard of a sell either. Like, you go like, hey, are you unhappy with the current state of affairs in this kingdom? And they're like, yeah, it kind of sucks here. The king's a dick. That's not an unreasonable position for a lot of people, you know? Like, you start off with a basic premise like that, and you're just like, yeah, the king is a dick. And then you're like, well, here's a community of other people who think the king is a dick. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. I like having a community. Yeah, now you want to play Cult of the Lamb. And you're like, I feel good because I have a community of people who feel the same way I do. And you slowly, like, you don't just go like, all right, now that you're in the community, let's kill for demon god, right? Like, for like Baphomet or whatever D&D demon or whatever you want to go with. You go, you know, hey, we have like, this community has a get-together. Yeah, you could contribute with some games with your capture card. That would be good. And you're like, okay, well, you know, we get together. This is fun. And you just slowly inch your way towards, like, yeah, we need to summon, like, you know, Asmodeus or whatever demon there is, because, like, he's gonna solve the issue. But you don't, you know, you've never, each step hasn't seemed particularly outlandish. To the outsider, you're like, the king's a dick, so you're jumping straight into summoning a demon. And it's like, well, no, they're not actually getting that, like, they're not going that quickly into it. It's a slow, deliberate, like, movement towards this end result, you know? Where it seems internally consistent, because, like, of course, and there's also a certain part of humanity that goes, you know, like, I don't want to have made the wrong decision, so I have to reinforce what has led me to this decision internally, because being wrong about something is bad, and I don't know if I can handle that. So you sort of play into that a little bit when you're dealing with something like where someone's, quote, when I drunk the Kool-Aid, which is a direct cult reference with the with that idiom or saying or whatever. Because a lot of people look at the end result of cults, especially in the real world and in fantasy, and they're like, have a hard time seeing, like, why would anyone believe this? But you can sort of go, like, in steps of, like, hey, you know, I don't trust the government. Pretty reasonable stand. Like, I don't know how many people would say, like, you shouldn't trust the government implicitly. Would think that's, like, really out there sort of thought process, right? And then it's like, okay, well, if you shouldn't trust the government implicitly, you shouldn't trust the, like, policy of whatever government. You know, we can stick to D&D here. We can be like, I don't trust the king. Why? Okay, like, because, like, his taxes are hurting my farm and my little family farm. It's a pretty reasonable standpoint. And then you go, well, Okay, well, I don't think that the king should be in charge because he's corrupt. Okay, that's fair. That's not an unreasonable statement. And then you go like, we should form a group to sort of band together, give each other support, dealing with this evil king and all his problematic behavior, blah blah blah. And you're like, hey, now I'm bought into this community. I have other people reinforcing my beliefs, and it feels good to have someone validate you and your choices. So I'm gonna keep going, and you're like, well, we should maybe do something about the king. Oh, okay, what should we do about it? Should we petition him? Okay, petitioning hasn't worked. Maybe we should, what the real problem is, the king is just inherently corrupt and needs to be removed from power. And maybe you get a revolution out of that. Maybe in a D&D setting, you have someone who's sort of has ulterior motives that sort of created this cult around the idea that, hey, the king is corrupt, we need to take care of this because it's hurting all of us. So then they start slowly introducing, well, he has a big army, he's protecting him, so we need to empower ourselves some way. And it just so happens I know a guy that can summon demons. And they could definitely take care of the king for us. But then the adventurers show up and you're like, all these farmers love demons. That's pretty weird. Okay, we'll kill them. But the way they got there was internally logically consistent, even if it wasn't consistent from an external standpoint or viewpoint, and was ultimately an evil ploy. And then if someone's like, wait, we're summoning demons? Yeah, there you go. You might have members of the cult have a moment of clarity, wait a second, we're summoning demons? I know the king's a dick, but isn't that super bad? But then they're also like, oh man, if I back out of this, one, I lose all my friends and community here in this group, and two, does that mean I'm evil? Does that mean I'm a demon summoning baddie? It's no, we have our reasons. We're not doing this for the sake of just summoning a demon, and you sort of rationalize to yourself, no, this is all, this is because the king's corrupt. It's not because I want to summon a demon. And that can be true to that person, but it doesn't excuse the behavior. It just means it's just sort of a way of going taking someone who is generally reasonable, this farming community that I made up here, and going okay, now they're all trying to summon a demon army to destroy the kingdom. Which is something you'd probably run into in D&D. We need access to summoning the Balrog and Baleful Polymorph to protect ourselves from an overbearing government with their own Balrogs. Yeah. So, it's that's the part I feel in D&D in other role-playing games. You're just like, oh man, here's some cultists, and they're sure kooky. They sure love demons. But like, in reality, they're just, you know, trying to get through life. And they've been, you know, misled and abused by someone. But a lot of adventuring parties don't really have that nuance of a look, and they just go, oh man, they run into summon a fish demon, let's kill him. Okay. I'm working my way through the floors now. And the human psyche can be a really powerful tool where you're like, wait, oh my god, we're summoning demons, but we're doing it for a good cause, so I can rationalize this and I'll be okay. This is alright. If you buy a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to summon a fish demon, and he'll fulfill hunger for the rest of his life. See, exactly. And that might be like, okay, that might be a plot point. You're doing sort of a Lovecraft-style fish demon, like Dagon kind of entity in your D&D campaign, right? Like, why are all the fishermen in this coastal town worshipping and summoning fish demons? And it's like, well, at one point, you know, there were no more fish and they were starving. That's a real need that you need to have fulfilled, right? Food. So like someone's like, hey, you know, as a community, we're gonna band together. I know it's a little uncouth, but we'll summon a fish demon, and that fish demon will help us not die. And then, you know, you can have the supernatural entity here reinforce the need to summon more fish demons. Be like, well, we have enough fish thanks to that fish demon, thank goodness. But the fish demon's secretly like, yeah, I'm also gonna mess up all of your fish so that you have to keep summoning fish demons and keep you hooked. Which was a fishing pun just now. But they're not like worshipping fish demons out of like a sense of fun. It's out of a sense of, we'll die if we don't. I don't know. I just always like adding a little nuance to a D&D game, and something like that always feels like it could be explored a bit better if you're gonna include something like a cult in your D&D game. And you don't have to like spell it out for the players, but at least think through it as a DM. Be like, okay, why is this town doing this? And then you can sort of pepper in some clues and reasons, like, you know, maybe why are they summoning fish demons? Well, when the players are in the salt factory where they salt the fish, you can just idly mention how there's like no food supplies stored here, you know, or like there's a merchant who's really excited to serve the adventurers because like he hasn't had any business lately because there's nothing to trade. There hasn't been any fish to trade, that sort of, you know. You can have little flavor things that sort of build out why this is happening without just having like a guy in the tavern go, yep, we started summoning fish demons because we didn't have any fish. And you can do that, but like, I don't know, it doesn't build an ambiance quite as well. Makes it feel more like a living world, you know, to include things like that. Tell me more about this fish team, and I'd like to subscribe to their newsletter. Well, they go by the name of Nerb. It's like herb, but with an N. And Nerb, the fishman, Nerb Fishman, is, you know, he's a nice guy. He needs just a few, you know, sacrifices a year. Human sacrifices, you know, it's nothing out of the ordinary. You just gotta, you know, take him out on a boat and strap some weights to him and send him to Nerb. Not a big deal, really. Not a big hassle. Just 5 times a year. And then he'll make sure that, you know, the fish are coming in to the fishing areas where you can make sure you have a bountiful harvest each year. It's a real quid pro quo sort of situation. And don't worry about what his plans are with the victim. But the point is, you can almost always, anytime there's some sort of like cult or cult-like group, find a kernel of logic and reason at the core of why. And then it's just a mix of like, I don't want to be wrong, and I have like friends and family and community here, and that's really, really powerful for humans. And the thing is, the deeper you go into whatever it is, and the less logical it becomes, the more it sort of reinforces that, like, no, this is the right thing to do, because, like, you can't objectively look at it anymore once you're deep into it. You're like, it would invalidate all of the choices I made up to this point if I didn't go along with this. And that's not to say it doesn't happen, because there are definitely people who break out of situations like that too. Which, if you're using a cult as a subplot in a D&D game, isn't a bad way to go. You know, you have like the person who's like kind of, quote, woken up to what's going on and wants to like help the party. You know, that can be a very powerful narrative tool. And it definitely happens in real life. And they can even sort of fill the party in on why this happened, like why this is the way it is. It's like, we have to kill Nick Cage with bees in order to get a harvest, sort of thing. Because if we don't get a harvest, the town will die. And that's like the problem that they're sort of inherently answering. Woo. Getting through these. Or is another sacrifice available? We will receive Nick Cage worth of crops if we kill him. I don't think it's about net worth. I mean, like, maybe it depends on what you mean by net worth. Like, monetarily, I don't think the net worth is, like, maybe the way it works, it might be like all of the future films that we're stopping happening by sacrificing Nick Cage to bees. You know, it's more of like a cosmic net worth. As an American, you only understand fiscal value. That's fair. Well, think of it this way then. They're not just like how much money does Nick Cage have, but like how much money all future Nick Cage movies would earn if he wasn't killed by Beat. That's what you're sacrificing. Not just Nick Cage's money, but the money of those poor future TV and movie execs. Okay. There we go. The big one. Set that off out of the way. We also have this little brazier I'm gonna get. No, I don't really need to worry too much about it. I'm gonna be painting the brazier itself a different color. So I just want to messily get the floor here. What are we brazing? Probably a big fire. It's usually what one brazes in a brazier. Okay, so other than that, what we have are these basic floors. And I'm gonna go around the sides first. And then we'll do the tops. See how much of this paint we have left. Okay, so what I've painted today took one full bottle of this medium blue. That is part of doing big sets like this, is that they eat up a lot of paint. So what I'm gonna do is try and get this to cover properly. Which it won't, apparently. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, since I'm out of this blue, this bottle at least of blue, I have another one. I'm gonna clean the hell out of this brush, take a little break, and we will come back in a little bit here after I use the restroom and get this brush clean, everything like that. So stick around. Yeah, we're about halfway through the day. We'll see how long it takes me to do all this. So thank you. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Thank you everyone for waiting. Just finishing cleaning up my brush here from a rather intensive amount of painting. We still have a fair bit to do, but it's coming along all right. Okay, so close up that jar. And what we need is, since we emptied this bottle, we need our other bottle. And this is gonna need some good mixing because it hasn't been opened yet, so it's probably fairly separated. So, using our big paint mixer thing, and it's causing all sorts of funny, weird vibration fluxes in the camera here as the table vibrates. Makes your hand feel kind of funny, the amount of vibrating. And you don't want it to like overheat the vibrating, the paint mixing, but yeah, I like the weird like shaky waviness that it's causing the camera. So, okay, that should be pretty well mixed. So, we're gonna keep going with our medium blue here till we get through all the stone parts. Yeah, it looks pretty nicely mixed. Clean up this one that we were using the bottom of the bottle. It didn't go on perfectly, so just get that a little sorted out. Alright, so we have a few more of these to just go along the top of, like so. Okay, so that's all the cut stone parts. So we have some of our dungeon stone here. We have more set pieces that aren't primed yet that we won't be tackling today because I'll need to prime them after this this stream here, but they will be on their way. So I'm gonna just take a second, slide a bunch of these pieces over, these older drying pieces that we've been painting. And giving them a nice long amount of drying time is good because the next step will be adding the highlight stone colors. I need a way to activate Stream Deck with the mixer so it gets all wavy. We play trance music and rainbow color filters. I don't think there's a good way to do that, but if you can figure it out, let me know. So we have these coarse stone, dungeon stone we call them, pieces here. They're this sort of worn stone effect. So we're going to do the same basic process here and paint the wall sections like that first, and then we'll paint the floors after. And these walls don't have as thick of grout lines in between, or as deep, I should say, of grout lines in between as the others. Hi there, welcome. Is it late and or early there? I don't really do the time shift calculation particularly well. Okay, so getting all of this covered. Whew. 6:30 p.m., almost dinner time. Well, I hope you have a good dinner. We are doing a massive amount of dungeon tile sets. I'm gonna try and see how long it takes me to get through all of these, and then we're going to also prime a bunch after I am done today. So right now we're getting the walls painted in, and then we'll do the floors after. This way I don't have to handle as wet of paint and cause issues that I then have to correct. It just saves a bunch of headache by sort of spacing it out like this. Okay. Go. There aren't too many of these dungeon sets primed right now. They're just the order I went in, basically, with my priming. I only have so many drying spots for them, so, you know. Yeah. I do have drying racks, I just don't have a lot of them. I don't have a hammock, though. I could use one of those. Alright, so I have this double door, and then the other part I have is this bubbling pool I need to do. And then we'll tackle floors, of course, for this set. Trying to get every little inch of these, and when you're doing so many, you kind of have to constantly double check your work, make sure you're not missing anywhere. Okay, let's do this giant pool. So we're going to start by going around the middle section here. And this will get painted over, and then we actually do a sort of resin liquid in the middle as well. Oops. And that's what happens when your table's so full. Sometimes you're still drying prints with your hand and knock some of the paint off. Hopefully I won't do it again. So we're just gonna roughly go around the center here. So. Well, that does sound lovely. Thus far, our morning has consisted of whining puppies and a half of a chipmunk. Maybe slightly less than half of a chipmunk that our cats found sneaking into the house apparently last night and took care of for us, I guess. It's been kind of a nightmare morning actually in that regard. So. But the show must go on and all that. We're just gonna try and have a relaxing painting kind of morning. Let that sort of stuff wash away. Literally and figuratively. This pool, I'm not sure yet. Probably, so we're gonna have 3 options. There's gonna be a green, a purple, and like a red for like blood pool. We'll probably go with like the classic green option here. Sort of make like an ooze pool when we get to it. But we're still just getting the base colors in on pretty much everything at this point. It just takes a lot of time and paint to get there. And especially if the paint doesn't adhere perfectly the first time. Alright, so we're gonna go through now and get the floors and sides. With these dungeon tiles, there's such deep crevices between the stones. I like to get the brush in there first and fill in those spots. And been having a little bit of an issue with paint adhesion. I think it's the humidity right now. As you can see, like I nick it in the corner, it gets like knocked right off. It's been kind of annoying today. Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to do touch-ups on this piece too. So, just trying to take a breath, do a little bit here and there, do what I can, get through it. Do touch-ups. Try and take it nice and slow. Yeah, it's the best you can do. Some mornings. This is one of those situations where everywhere I touch it, it needs to be touched up, and because I have to touch it somewhere else, then somewhere else needs to be touched up. I'm trying to not mess with them too much, but get them all painted so they're drying, so that when we get to the highlight bricks, we can handle them. This is the problem, paint adhesion I've been talking about. You can see these spots along the back here. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work with you, and you gotta fight it every inch. Repaint all of this stuff that is having issues. We're just gonna slide it up here. Or what happened over here, but we'll get that as well. Just going back, finding all the spots where the paint didn't take, because apparently that's the kind of air we have today, where the paint does not want to adhere. No, the big one. Trying to... The necro layer is your favorite? Yeah, that's mostly what I'm working on here. We have a whole bunch of sets. Pretty much all of our sets are happening all simultaneously. So they're it's a little hard to track which one is which right now this second, but the necro layer is a good one. Alright, so that's all for the medium blue right now. What I'm going to be working on next is the town set. This is covered in paint right now, so I'm going to get rid of that. And what we're going to do is try and make some space quick. I have a huge pile of painted pieces all scattered around right now, so I need to get those in a slightly more organized, or at least more condensed sort of position. So that's what I'm going to be doing for a second here, so bear with me. Luckily, they sort of like being condensed. They're all magnetized, so they hold each other together. Sort of minimizing the amount of empty space here. Alright, and we'll be coming back to tackle these stone pieces a little more in a little while. But first, we need to tackle all of these town set pieces, and these are a little complicated. They're wood and plaster. What we're going to be doing first today is the wood portion of it, which is going to using this flat earth as the base for the wood. And we'll probably need a little extra of this flat earth, maybe more than this bottle. We'll see. It's pretty full. Should be okay. Sure, why not? Yeah. I would hydrate, but I have not had time to get any water down here, so I am going to pretend I'm hydrating. Right. I can stretch. Let me just finish mixing this paint and I will give you a stretch. Okay. Doing a stretch. There you go. All right. Stretch achieved. All right. We're just gonna try and clean our brush off here. Alright, so we are going to be doing all of the wood in this flat earth color. So that's the floors and these beams. The plaster is going to be done in a different color. So, with that in mind, I'm going to get a new glove, first of all, protect the hands. This isn't particularly toxic paint, but there's no such... I mean, realistically, there's no paint that you want to get on your skin or face or anywhere, really. And this is included in that. So we are going to do the floors first with this one. So the main thing is just to get the color coverage that we need. Like so. And then we have this smoky wash that really brings out the grain of the wood beautifully. So don't worry that it's sort of hard to see here, because it will come out very nicely later on. So we're just gonna go through, get all of the floors painted in. And I'm doing the full base here quickly, just getting all of that painted in. And the flat earth. So this flat earth is a very nice wood tone and takes a wash really well. And we have this sort of smoky brown that it just looks really rich and oiled and lovely. That we'll be using. And at this stage, I can be a little messier with my application, which is nice. You know, I don't need to intentionally make a big mess, but I don't have to worry too much about it. Not getting it perfect right now. It actually does help to go with the grain. I know that's sort of what you say with actual wood, but it helps work. The brush just gets into those grain effect on the print just a little bit better if you actually work along the grain with it. Okay. Got through all those corners. Oh, wait. I have a few more corners hidden over here. The town set always has many corners. And we have a tavern set and an assassin's hideout in this style. And both use like 6 corners each. Something like that. More rounded houses. They do have some of these rounded corners. Okay, there's all the corners. Pretty sure, yes. Okay. Now I'll do these 2 rounded corners here. Okay, now we have a whole lot of walls and floors. These guys. I'll just be going through them. Does no one have a two-story house? So there are stairs and two-story houses we could make. They are extremely complicated, but they do stack on each other, and they don't work with the magnet system. You can't magnetize the second story. That's the reason we haven't done anything like that, but we do have a trap door, as you can see here, that would go down into, say, a basement or up into, say, an attic, that sort of thing. But we could do two-story houses. It's just a lot of complication, and we wouldn't be able to use our magnet system for it. So we have opted not to. We could do that eventually, yeah. A piece of plywood. There you go, yeah. Here's your second story. Chunk of wood. $45 and a sticker that says Supreme spelled incorrectly. Wood looks great on camera. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure no one would have any issues with that at all. Yeah, be fine. As you can see, I have a fair amount of town set here that need to be all painted. And probably will have just enough time to get all the base coat on today, which is fine. The detailing will need to will be done better if everything is quite dry. So we'll get through as much of the base coat as we can today, and that'll give us time to do detailing work on everything afterwards. Not incorrectly, it's a different thing. Oh, the Supreme with the E's in the middle. It's not like the word Supreme, it's its own brand thing in this situation. Now we have all these window pieces as well, which are pretty much the same floor-wise, but they have these nice windows in them, which are always impressive that they print on an FDM printer. That Morbius was not a good movie. I don't know if it was even good, ironically, honestly. It's just, ugh. It sure happened. I think it's funny conceptually that Sony tries to set up their MCU adjacent universe. Yeah. Like, why? Like, is there anyone that actually wants that? Okay. Now we have door frames. Back on this. There we go. All right. Oop. There we go. Okay. Ooh, these big floors sure take a lot. There we go. Edge now. Finally, the back edge. So that all that's left in the town set for the floors are this piece, a center floor, and the trapdoor hole there. Get through these, and then we'll do the beams, will be the next step in painting these. Start with the most dry pieces and work our way around, just for the sake of handling them without causing too many issues. Okay, and then just this floor piece here. So we're gonna go around the edge like so. And then get the top. Okay, so next we're going to do the beams. I'm going to use a slightly different brush for that part. And we're going to start with the corners because that's where they're most dry. I think my other pieces are drying enough, well enough, that taking off his gloves so I don't mess them up, I can stack them a little bit, buy myself a little more space here, ideally, because there's a lot of pieces here and my space gets a little cramped when you're doing this many parts. Alright. So, got a little space over there. We're gonna be doing the beams now. We're gonna do the plaster at the end, so I'm not too worried about getting it in areas that shouldn't be. Or just worrying about getting this these beams covered. Grab another pile of gloves. I just want one, thank you. Okay. That way I can handle the piece. Gonna try and move some of these out of the way. I'm also gonna take this time to look for any issues in the floor in terms of paint adhesion, where it might be not as covered as it should be. This beam. Is that the energy we have going here? Just shout beam. Okay, so it's messy, but it got the beams covered, and that's all that really matters for what I'm currently looking to do. So, we're just gonna keep at it. And when I do the plaster in the middle, that's when the whole thing will sort of come together. Hopefully. I'm not sure I'm gonna get to the plaster today, but we'll definitely try. Getting along the edges, like so. And you can start to see sort of the texture of the wood come out, which is nice. When the wash will really bring it out. And the plaster color will actually be fairly close to our primer color here. That's like sort of beige yellow sand color. It seems to be the most like plastery color that I can think of. Okay. Whew. These corners take a lot, actually. They have a lot of beam to cover. So we're just getting through it. See how fast we can go. My goal is to get through all the beams today. And then I have to do a whole lot more priming because we have a lot more of sets like these being prepped. I need to get through all of them to paint. Like we said in the past, we're looking to sell sets online. And And to do that, we need to have all the pictures and things like that ready. Oh, alright. We might end up going over slightly, but I want to get all of at least this part done. And it will speed up once I get through the last of these corners, because the corners, they just have so many beams on them, they take so long to do. But then I'll want to let all of these dry for a good while, so that they can be washed nicely, and will really bring out all the grain in this design. There are 3 more corners left to do, and then everything else. But you'll see how much quicker everything goes once I get through these corners. Hopefully. How come we haven't used the wood function on the 3D printer? It requires its own special setup. We can, and technically it's like a wood plastic composite, but yeah, they can print in wood. But there hasn't been any application for it worth doing, and it takes a bit of setup and investment, so we haven't. Right now, we're just trying to get through the day, each day. We have evening classes for the puppies each week that they actually just suck up a lot of time, weirdly, even though they're not particularly long in and of themselves. I'm not sure. See, I don't think the wood material is actually ideal for terrain, because I think it's a little more pliable and prone to scratching and things like that. So I don't think you'd want to use it as a play surface. That's part of the reason. It'd also be sort of like an MDF or something. Like, it wouldn't have like grain as you think of it with wood printed into it. It'd be like a layered MDF board. Yeah, be my guest. If you want to build bridges out of real wood, go for it. Last of the square corners. Okay, thank goodness that is the last of our corner, our square corners. We have these two rounded corners. They're not nearly as bad to do. And we're just gonna get those done right away, actually. Okay, and then along the top here, and we are good. I think after the corners, I'm going to tackle the door frames because they're the next most arduous. I'm sort of working my way down to the more simple things right now. Okay. Next, we're gonna do door frames. Just making room here. All right, let's start with the big door frames. The main thing with the door frames is there's just a lot of little surface area here that I have to make sure I get it covered. Sometimes it can be easy to miss whole sides if you're not paying attention. Like if you missed that side there, for example. Like that. And then obviously the plaster will be done after we get through all of the washing of the wood on this style of dungeon set. Okay, now we're gonna do these small door frames. And then after that, we'll just get through all the windows, and then the single walls is all that will be left. And we'll probably end there. Because I'll have some priming to do. Boy, my hand's getting a little cramped working through all this, but we're almost there. Got a little too much paint there, but that's okay. I'll just spread it around a little bit here. Alright, so next we're going to work on these 4 windows. And then that just leaves us a bunch of basic walls. And then we'll be done. So just keep at it. That's all I can do. And then it'll be done when it's done. And sometimes Mondays are nice and easy. Some Mondays like this one have been a little hard. Been between the allergies and not getting a chance to just have some quiet time and recharge. I've been kind of stressed and tired, and the pups have been very active and everything like that. So, you know, it's okay to feel a little frayed sometimes, or feel a little tired out. You just, you know, you get through it, you find the time you need later on, and do the best you can. That's really all you can do sometimes. Just keep moving forward. And it's okay to not be okay sometimes. It'll be nice when we get the wash on here. And you'll really get to see the wood sing, as it were. I'll have to get the metal in the windows as well. That'll be a little bit of a trick, but not too bad. Having kind of a quiet, reflective, relaxing end to the stream here as we work through the last little bits of what we need painted. Here's the last window, and then we just have 10 regular walls, which aren't too bad to do. They don't require any special attention, at least. Like, I don't have to get inside the frame like this, like I do with the windows here. Okay, here we go, onto the walls, and then we'll be done for the day. Getting a little cramped here, just from being so focused in. Gotta remember to move periodically. Hey. Whew. Getting through them. Almost there. Slowly but surely. One step at a time. Well, I hope everyone's Monday is going okay. We'll be continuing to paint these on Wednesday. We do our painting stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, starting at 10 a.m. and going usually until about 2. We're a little over today. We sometimes are a little under, depending on, where things are at on whatever we're painting. I'd be about 10 minutes over on this one, specifically. Just based on what I have left to paint here. But we will have primed a lot more pieces. We have about, I think, 8 sets all being done simultaneously, which is, a lot, but it's good to get through, huh? You can sort of get away with some, what do I want to call it, like assembly line process. Like here, instead of doing like one set, I'm able to get 2 or 3 sets of town all done in one big chain. It can be a little repetitive to paint, but it's actually a bit quicker. In reality. Okay. We're down to our last 4 wooden wood town sets. Really just working away quickly and as efficiently as possible. Not worrying too much about the plaster here, because that's all going to be painted over. Right, last 3, the big 3 countdown. to get along the edges. I just think the flat earth looks a little like milk chocolate, like melted milk chocolate, which is nice. At least when it's wet like this. And we are on the last one. So, these are all obviously on the rougher side of things. They will need to, get some extra stuff done. So the wood gets washed, and then we'll be doing the plaster, which does not get a wash, because you don't, you can make it look dirty and like a worn building, but you're not always going to necessarily be wanting to have a D&D fight or other RPG fight in a dirty tavern or something like that. So it's better to keep it a little more on the neutral side. Okay, so drop that in the water. Oh, stretch my hands, which are a little sore. We'll close up our paint. And what we're gonna do is let everything dry fully, and then we're going to, next time, or maybe in between, get all of these finished, hopefully. So there's a lot of little touch-up, highlight, things like that that'll happen. This is all the very rough basics that we did today. So I want to say thank you to everyone who hung out with me today. I appreciated the chatting and all the fun. We have our next stream Wednesday, and then we also do Fridays, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. Obviously, we went a little over today. And then I think this weekend we have our main D&D stream is back at 2 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. So check that out here. If you're watching on YouTube, like, subscribe, thumbs up, bell, whatever, all the good things that we need. Do all those. And thank you so much for joining me.